this time we will for real end the first part of the game. So let's do this. My voice, it shall die. I hereby call this court to order as we visit the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Lezzings, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station with the man-witness immediately, my lord. However, the heavy red has delayed the arrival's carriage, it would seem. I see. Now, the third object to Inspector Gibson's precast as the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of this full bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. No defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument. I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. Very big mistake. My lord! Subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. Now I'll finally learn his actual goddamn name. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such a notice, sir. But of course, my lord, an upstanding member of London Society. As an upstanding member of London Society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. AG, checks out. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you, under oath. Oh, no pose. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. This guy's a weirdo. Alright, testimony number 1 from this guy. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I could do it with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even certain parties here present claim that my blood was out at the scene. Some scourmouth detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Alright, press all of that. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands the jury's will is upheld. It would seem we had the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh boy. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If following across the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in the matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let's not hold Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. We'll see about that. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You're Ernest Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So. Okay then, why did you give me that? Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your fleshy hat while we do. Take that back, please, sir. Oh, no, he just gave me that.
Hold it!
Press. Yes, we even met in the very phone broker where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Well, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
Objection!
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. It's pretty related, Van Zieks. Can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. Busy, in an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Great.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? Despair? No. Don't associate with criminals. The Batman introduces himself as Egbert Benedict. To know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? Young Lord and the Black. This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider work in a British court anyway? Got news to say.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Japanese friend. Van Zieks, I have a point, you know. Proof is everything. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? Oh, great. Maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. He kinda does, Van Zieks. You're an idiot. Position is that the witness was present at the scene. The obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Gee, thanks. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Victory Wiggle. Thanks.
Hold it!
Was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Strome's chemical analysis has possibly identified the substance as such. Not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? I'm going to be so sure that the blood is mine. Equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. This blood is a slightly different composition, it seems. Strome's chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples. It's very the science lesson. Strome's character, anyway. Oh, I assumed all letters would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. You are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Tisk. Not on the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
Thank you. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh, what, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? So no, you're not Big Bro Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin! Eh? Cold bloody, Governor! You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. Must have been him! You what? Mr. Nashnokin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing! Honest, Gov, nothing! I was just thinking, if he weighs those arm like that much more, it will open up the wound again, that's all. The wound again? What wound? We took the bullet course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, hell spells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm, or thereabouts. Has he allowed a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. Well, that is a heck of an attack. This man has just wrecked himself. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroker where this fellow was killed whatsoever. Take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. I claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winnivink's pawnbrokery. My lord, Spence would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Alright, first we're gonna press. Then, I'm gonna see if he recognizes a certain disc. A very, very certain disc. Well, actually, do we have that disc in evidence? Ah, we do. Oh, wait, no, we have a photo, right? Where the hell's the photo? You know, I just realized we don't have that the paper photo that we needed. Alright, first we press. Never had anything to do with it. Forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. Then look up for an option to finish my study. You were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Thank you. You have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young deputy's assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this Mr. Graydon was trying to acquire a particular article. No. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? It must! I'm gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? You showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windybanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop in the afternoon in question. If I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Hey Gregson, can I have that photo? This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Nothing to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? There's no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. Hurley, then, seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to surprise a little more information from the witness's lips. So the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. Since he had nothing to do with Windybanks. Well, you know that's not true. Good time to have a proper look for the court record. What? Tiny scrap of information. Where is the photograph? It is not in the court record, bro. Crap. See, that's a problem because I don't have that photo. Photo to prove this statement wrong. This one's tricky because I know what I'm supposed to say. I feel like I'm supposed to have something that the game hasn't given me. So that's a little annoying, in my opinion.
Objection!
Hold this objection, anyways. We're gonna do the disc. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? was until the day of his murder in a pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. The thief by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? That reiterated, no, you were mistaken. That was not me. I've seen that this before in my life. May have escaped your notice. A small smear of blood on the desk. Oh yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. To acquire this, to find the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smeared blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon. To allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? No doubt, but it's a very small scratch consistent with the smeared blood on this disc. Oh wow. Would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? I mean, I was going to do the disc, so I didn't really need to look at something. I was just like, disc. So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb, and when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. Not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. This was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure there's nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. We'll see about that. The disc. There's a note under this thing for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. And the empty ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gathering, on the day in question. I received at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Hold this objection. Since the article in question is not this disc at all. See, the disc in question was actually, as you might remember, a jacket wherein the disc was found. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Well, that's suspicious to mention. Correctly, sir. Miss McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist, who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder. Yes, my lord. The one in the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon! You're saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself are acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name appear in my courtroom again. Nina told us this was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGill himself gave him instructions to deposit it at Windibank's. But Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it? All likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared to act at Windibank's in order to get his hands on Mr. McGill's disc for some reason. We still don't know why. All of this about over this one disc. Why? Anyways, we have cross-examine to get through. So let's get through the cross-examine.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of services for my better pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in the difficulties having misplaced my purposefulness on an errand. Upon my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. Is that so? That was your overcoat. Obviously, in my case, I clean forgot that the music box six was in its pocket. And yet there's a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." You're a very unusual music box, this. I first met McGilded at a McJohn's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my portrait in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample, was to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. She didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Mr. McGill threatened her to keep her mouth shut. She says if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear. It's complicated, isn't it? Move on for the time being. I would like you to add that to your testimony.
Hold it!
Saying that Miss Lestrade lifted a ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insabulous areas of her kind frequent. Insabulous areas her kind frequent. Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that sense. The girl's a regular offender. Pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you need to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That will about you to win the banks. So Mr. McGill is this. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? Concur with the prosecution. Consult, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Sorry, Ruinous, we can't prove that. We'll continue my testimony. For what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
We're gonna press everything first. Have you ever been to Winterbanks before? Only once, for the purposes of plotting something. But like many, I enjoy browsing such establishments. Pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. It's just the honest of the pickpocks. When I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Said what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Really, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Gooden made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. Sylvan, leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, ran him down for the capital for his competitions above life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Couples like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. It's confirmed by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, want to get more out of me? You're going to need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he's at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let's return to your testimony. Well, that didn't help at all, but that was interesting, nonetheless.
Hold it!
Press? Perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A value is felt by the police as everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves is common or garden, brick, and brock. In that case, it's clear you broke into that shop later that day in order to recover Mr. Miguel's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover that disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night, didn't I? As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing in Mr. Miguel's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. Is that true? No, Ronosuke. You and I both know it isn't true at all. There was another item of Mr. McGilda's left in that shop. That's really true. Reno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Very well. And how did Fuzzet Windibanks? Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on an omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying for his pearly white teeth. He's obviously after anything left behind by McGill as well. Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. And Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There's be a reason for that, I'm sure. Just don't know what it is. For now, we need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Alright? Presenting for the court's consideration,
Objection!
the box ticket. Hold this objection. The disclosure is possible when to make some Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. Witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night.
Objection!
Hold this objection. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGill had another article in pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ugh. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGill in Windibanks pawnbrokery. The reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ugh. Second ticket, is it? Where had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. I seriously not broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box. Your article grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? If the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. Absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. Makes a solid argument. That means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needs the small box in that very night, does it?
Objection!
Put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? Do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. In question, no small box is taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Oh, great. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic credits to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed records again. So explain using this plan to shop layout. It's furnished with automatic cameras in two locations. Counter, where Mr. Windibank received his customers, will set the capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited. Ticket. mystical smallpox have been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of the forfeited items on the shop floor. Now, what have I here is a spirit biting one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. It's 11 p.m. on 15th April. See that? That music box? That music box is very suspicious now, isn't it? It's so noticeable compared to all the other items on there. The victim certainly had a very short shop, it would appear. And here we have another print. It's taken about 2 hours after the incident. So, we have a photo before and after. Thank you, Greg. See? And now... I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. So that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. So yeah, Scotland Yard, we considered the theft as one possible motive in this case. It's one possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So you're a man of friendly competitive, but it's fairly, Inspector. Yes, sir! Is it just me, or is that music box ever so slightly been moved? Can every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints? Oh, that's a vacuum cleaner. I was hearing a noise, and I was like, what is that noise? But I couldn't hear it over the music, so I had to take off my headphones to hear it. Last conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. In my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fallacy. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he stole Mr. Beagle's pawn box. And been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? Been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, with the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. You accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be something hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints? I'm going to use a piece of evidence because I can't see it with my own eyes because of my glasses. I pointed this out before. I'm going to use a piece of evidence to make everyone see what there might be a discrepancy in this little photographic print. So, presenting for the court. You may answer, my lord. I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? You need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. Not entirely sure. Follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify the discrepancy between the 2 prints? Isn't it obvious? The stereoscope! Take that! I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the 2 prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yes, you've got the bucket glass! You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion! Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Bruno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. Here we go. Now, look for the eyepiece. Would you look at that? The box that there's another, well, not the music box, which I thought was the thing that looked interesting, but there is sure first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Okay, the precise location, the discrepancy in which you speak. Hey. Hold this objection. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. Almost. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Oh, you can actually see that with your blind eye. When you view the two pictures stereoscopically. Single error stands out as being different. Location of this small box. Let me wait. Unbelievable. Well, let's take Van Zeek's with that. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGill's small box was indeed not stolen from the Winterbanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves, suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGill is in fact, yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Minus, guess what? What if it was? This box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, Bill's box wasn't stolen then. That doesn't mean the fact that it was moved like that changed things. It changes everything, Van Zeeks. You don't get it, do you? I believe this changes everything about the case. Because, Van Zeeks, what you fail to realize is that it's a box. Which means, Van Zeeks, that it contains something, didn't it? How could that possibly be? Crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. See, even Roanoke gets it. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting we need to examine that box as soon as possible. Find a piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves when it makes it as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. What's belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. It does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Get right, Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to come to Baker Street at once. Take the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Yeah, give me that box. That's a hell of an objection, Roanoke. Hold this objection. But yeah, I can't see that because I have glasses. And if I take off my glasses, I can barely see it. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. Be hoodwinked by such a farce. Humph, disappointing. Beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks? This is nothing but a smokescreen. An ebony specialty, it would seem. Great. Why must you be so annoying? What are you trying to say? The learned defendants persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. The witness' intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. That is true, but we don't know why he would steal something from the box. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGill perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. Trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Substanding man of a society ponds were entirely ordinary. Like of good that just happened to have a music box listed in one of its pockets, in a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Make rather still a sense. It's gold juice, is it? But goodness knows, Mr. McGill was rich enough. Was a question probably. I'm quite certain of that. It's undeniably compelling. Seeing candidate on the defense now to bolster its argument. Yeet! To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles upon by the defenses could have. Well, Counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that it is got a box, or in any tangible way related to this case? Well, do I have proof? What's the matter, Runa? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Of course, you and I both know that. We know Miss Gill's true character, and we know that this is significant, even if we don't know why. Explain all that to the court at this point. We'll have to acknowledge that Miss Gill's acquittal 2 minutes ago was a mistake. The defense's argument was flawed, with some false information. Oh no! That would mean that Gina committed perjury. Beginning. Do we that Van Zeeks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? This man is a crazy person. Maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Iris, what are you doing? Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say right now? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Mr. Eagle deposited with Mr. Winterbank. But only Guillen could explain to the court. If I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could be critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Ronosuke Naruhodo. We must do this. It's the only way. Everything has been falling into place for one reason. This is the truth. And the truth of this case is very complicated. We must have Gina testify to the court, here and now, so we can prove the truth of the case of Mr. McGill's murder. Find Gina innocent of this particular murder. And also prove that Gina Lestrade was forced into doing everything that she was forced to do in that earlier case. This is what we must do. Ronosuke. Lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? Well, the court awaits the arrival of Miss McGill's small box. I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? To do with the various articles deposited in the banks by Mr. McGill, my lord. Lestrade's information relating to them. It would be beneficial to the court to hear what she has to say. We'll prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. So we've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I've thought this through. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? You should accept the defense's proposal, and to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witness currently on stand may step down until further notice. And I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir. shall remain understand while Mrs. Straw testifies. As you wish. That may prove useful. Then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. We've got this. Chemical sent Mr. McGill deposit in Wisdom Bank's pawnbrokery. Randomly related with the omnibus case, the trial which we heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGill. Omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all again, the same place in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nibonese friend. Recaps the events of 2 months ago. Will Brickbeaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. The victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGill. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. As the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. The murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, the body then being dropped through the skylight into the creek below. Mrs. Stroud, whose testimony brought that possibility to light. Following the incident, Mrs. Stroud was concealed under a seat in the carriage, and to pick the pockets of the unsuspecting passengers. And immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGill died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary circumstances. Mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. Indeed, does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither this nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. You tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. Already said all I want to know. Everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell. Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. But remember, little girl, which was that you withheld information in a trial 2 months ago. That also will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Gay, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. We'll talk. Thrice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. Still I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that McGill's pawn articles are not extraordinary case of the omnibus of a secret of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Stroud, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeke said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Here we go then. Truth is that Brickbeaker Club was in the captain of the omnibus the whole time. The Ashman dragged me out of the from under the seat. I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGill had served the driver some tin to run to the pawn shop round the about. He threatened me not to snap, itch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. We just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. And there's every chance I may have educated an error in McGill's trial, which means that the man deliberately deceived this court. in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. Injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, this witness, and my learned friend, are entirely inexcusable. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? And the good fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that the lawyer from the East, they were all in it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug! I don't think so. Are we really expecting to believe that? He just drove one up, didn't he? An operation to get the man scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. Well, I said to stop. Stop. It's made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's prudent that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of Mr. McGill's pun articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. The depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord? I'll declare I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. I think we'll be fine. Cross-examine. I think we just press everything, like a crazy person.
Hold it!
You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. On your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGill was the sole pastor, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. He tells us the truth now. Or Mr. McGill and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I didn't hear him talking a lot. What are they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. I kept talking about buying and not buying. So sales of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. So it sounded like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I lay down to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was moving loud and all. Was that an involuntary scream? Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Zadisky saw this disc. Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the culvert lying on the floor. Could the disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGill had picked it up pretty smartish. Then he stuck the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? For me not to say a word about what I've seen or heard to no one. The disc and all. I was dead scared. While he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. He started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and all, and that. Asked me about being a diver too. For a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. But so it's a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
2 gentlemen occupying the seats to the roof deck, I believe. That's right. He must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cold with the night in his guts. When I screamed, the diver pulled the horses and McGill got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. The carriage came to a halt. The 2 cops on the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If you left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. McGill, the driver, and he's still at the scene. Yeah, when the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. The cabin door opened, and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. And by the name of Peppa, if memory serves. This would be good to say to each other. I want to know what happened and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
The pawn shop obviously being Windibanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the execution to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. It did, Lord Van Zeeks. Gill took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. So I'm doing that. I remember thinking that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Skinny was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? We were quibbling with him over the price that afternoon in a pawnbrokery. Larry looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed some brass in his face, running off at a lick. And the box order called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threaten you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scalp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? But I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug to shop being forfeited. Wait for some brass to pay for it. Really? Well, I never thought Mr. Miguel had done such a thing. So he's ever got with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. Makes no sense at all. Seems to be only one logical explanation, my lord. Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go. Delighted before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. James really put her faith in you, Reno. Anchor, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. It's the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I did that. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Sure, completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
Press again. One of these statements is going to give me a pursue, I think. Although I don't know which statement will give me a pursue. What do I do about this exactly? That's a good question. I actually don't know what to do about this. I'm gonna press everything again and pay attention, I'll be honest. I can just pursue. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna pursue anyways.
Excuse me.
something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Ah! Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack. We've been to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? This fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. Think I've got anything to talk about? This shady junk like this. Nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he departed that was rightfully mine. The entire time I've been cross-examining Gina, since they've been negotiating. Alright. Thank you, Mrs. Stroud. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. Reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. Here, on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Considering this disc. Okay, matters did not run smoothly. The parties involved began to quarrel over price, and Gilda took what he wanted by force. In addition to the elements of life. That's my point. This is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Well, I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after on this incident, the coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the coat died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. But why not, eh? They weren't going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't have I gotten them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Pyramid gives us a better kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! As your lordship requested has been located and ready for the court's inspection, sir. The box is here, and that means it's ready. A mysterious little box, deposited by Gilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. That's one. I probably could have just realized I could pursue them any time. I'm just stupid. Alright. Let's finish this already, why don't we? So this is the article in question, is it? Small box puzzle with the pawnbroker by McGill 2 months ago. Night Mr. Winneming's murder. The only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. It's a music box player. What do you know? Googlicious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Well, although in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Done. It's too much to expect. I think that would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Perhaps at last we can figure out why this disc is so important. So here we have the means of playback. Mr. McGillen's disc deposited at the window banks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGillen's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Why, for heaven's sake, why do you understand that the bookmaker was trying to sell this music box to McGillen? The answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The disc are, but they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Objection! I object. Bear will motivate the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. There's no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. This policy must prosecutor leave no avenues unexplored. Van Zeeks to the frickin' rescue! What a bro! And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction to prevent that from happening. Jack! No further delays, please. Play the disc! Here we go! Let's listen to this disc at long last. That's Morse code. That isn't music. That's Morse code. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. I don't know what that Morse code is even saying, but I know Morse code when I hear it. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box office little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, Counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. The sound is it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Oh, I believe it is, Ronosuke. I believe it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how could it be? It's an abomination, Counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. Sounds strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. Graydon stands there chortling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him here extremely on edge. That's the sense of the defense, my deputy's friend. Answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance you propose this willful chiming has on this case. The defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music at all. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the sound we are hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Hee, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Bruno. Sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nibonese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Physically accept that fact. It's pure foolishness. I don't know what the answer is yet. Right now, you just examine the music box very thoroughly. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well the music box isn't broken. This means that the sounds that it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? See, he's realized it too. Something just struck me, Bruno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. You mean, yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Wouldn't you say the same? Juror number 5. Let the proceed defense for an answer. The sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all. Then what the devil is it, counsel? We've seen so far. All the testimony we've heard. It's all pointing to single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nibbley's friend presents proof now. Tangible proof to this latest wild speculation. Very well. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds this piece of work this is. Presenting for the court's consideration. Today's paper! Today's paper, counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker perishes and pickpockets plunder. Other supporter for your cause. Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look at a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been linked overseas to Ministry of Justice. This is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transactions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and linked to various other countries. Presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Jury number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told me the court before that you worked at the same communication session as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. In the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Book is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it! Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody perfectly more placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Oh, are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, counsel! This is a thing of capital punishment! Too much vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? So the words I have expect you to know. You're a Russian revolutionary. So for government's confidential information, hostile initiatives will surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, Gellert perished, and the all-important disc laying clean in the pawnbrokery. My bird! In which case, who stole that information in the first place must have surely been beside himself with worry. Word beat its good before it found its way outside the country. It would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. The corporate had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have had to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. The girl left behind by Gilded would have incriminated him. Too much of it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So what's the defense's accusation? You claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! But to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Prosecution demands the witness testifies. In response to the accusations brought by the defense. Thank you, Van Zeeks. So I can bring about an objection. Delighted, I'm sure. So reminded that the crime under scrutiny in the trials murdered the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank, it being a most litigious offense, for which the law of thus lines sanctions the capital, Coachman. High treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Let's proceed. You
Hold
may...
it!
You gotta let us have a rabbit and ball here, Governor! We got things to say. Oh, great. These two idiots again. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's not Skulkin. Occupation is professional body. Name's regular Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to settle out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call... the Free Skulkin brought us. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Oh great, these idiots are joining the testimony stand. Communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Yes, they can. Shut the hell up. Sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGill anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what he told us to do. We know there was dodgy government secrets involved. We would have touched it. Thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin. Mr. Aldo, Governor, what's up? I take it that you now admit to the crime. On the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of three in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did! Quiet and down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You know what? Getting us mixed up in this monkey business. They've said nothing to about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. What are these geezers in trouble, was there? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah. Now who your friends are? Why, these men say I denied the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. As I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Give me that so I can examine it closely. Some chance of bumps on the disc and the sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with the teeth that are plucked by passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths so that one each produces a different sound. The comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? So no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. See, music boxes like it before. It is strange. Music box that can only play a single note. There's something different to that, surely. Hey, what's this? There's a button on the bottom. Oh, what is it, Reno? I just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here it goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the other side. So, does that mean you said another disc is played back on this side? So I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together. Or linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Is that how it's done, eh? Intriguing. A second movement on the inner side of the box. It's like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one? So one side produces the dot, the other side produces the dash. Intriguing. Yes, it must do. So the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the tune produced by this one will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. So produce are different. Music box that can only play two tones. Intriguing. Sits in the music box for demand deposited window mix. Couldn't be a more perfect fit. There's no question that this was designed to be played in this music box. Quite that the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. This doesn't make any sense. Wonder, perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. We haven't discovered all its secrets yet. So we need a second disc, do we? Intriguing. Only I can combine evidence. I don't have a second music box disc, though. Okay, so I can't do anything with this at the moment. Well, that was far from Skulkin Brothers going on right in the incident. Yes, it turns out they were actually into Hurley's body, though. Whatever that pouch he was wearing, so you did. Hey, Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering that he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. But here, poor Hurley. New paper headline accurate. Government communications are being intercepted. Could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? The important government communications are handled by high-level officers, the specialists. Jim knows the staff position where I work would never be interested in sensitive information. Oh no, stop! I must say something. Oh no, stop! Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. Be regular. Communication station officers are as slowly as you're being led to believe. Some of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphies by the ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. He's a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idle, stop. So he had access to these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? Traditions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In case all messages are sent in cipher. Your own voice can't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. You regularly attends meetings with ministry communications teams, ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. It's received top prizes to cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. So you skilled operator, stop. Currently presence of vital, stop. Can you not do that? Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. Should really pick our idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone's reporting, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. She looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Have to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. Oh, a lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you can construct letters. See, for example, this is A. This is B. When you listen to the sounds produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? Sounds so similar. It is the same in everything. No discernible meaning to this apparent random sequence of sounds. So this association is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! You shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap! So you might consider studying your subject matter, forecasting aspirations in the future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. It's so frustrating, isn't it? Ours? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box. So it's slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? It would really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code. Oh no, there's a way. There's still every possibility that this box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. It's the way to the events, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to read the Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. So I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Then I present your idea at once, Counsel. I do propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, to be used to decipher secret messages in Morse code. Is it not? Allow me to show you. Open the box.
Got it!
Here you go! Good gracious! We're looking at here. Now moving on the other side of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As Corey has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke! I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Well, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. May I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, it's not the one in the omnibus from Guild 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! Nothing whatsoever to do with it. Skulls, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. Examination should continue. The victim of this case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear. Looks like you need to give your argument more strength right now. If you please, Mr. Braden. Sorry, this player's cross-examination.
Hold it!
We're now omnibus. Billy killed the brickmaker, stole the disc. Single man with almost nothing to his name. Seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago. People there remember little about him. No sense though, does it? How could a humble brickmaker acquire secret government information? How indeed. Somebody else involved behind the scenes of all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. Did it for me, sir, but I assure you, I am far more class than that. Spoke to the communications officer. Only I could find some evidence to link the 2 of them together. More to add not. Nope. Let's return to the witness testimony. Alright, continue pressing.
Hold it!
It's Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? So me thought he was just popping over to another after all them years. The run out of the dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? We stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Or the sociable kind of bodies, you know? Sure, let's say Mr. Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I just remembered the old days, that's all. We used to have the very old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute. You wouldn't have had him believe it. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? Thank you, Ronos. You just said what I just said. Great. So he's a literary one. You had the brains. You had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like we'd never gone through with Viads. Well, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milton and Skulkin's milk run? Oscorker, eh? So until after the trial, your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oh, the geese asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could have vital information relating to the case. Very well, counsel. Did the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail? Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! Skulkin's never skulkin'! Press. Sure, I'm gonna regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. And fishermen to the locals, that's what it was all about. And that sounds alarmingly legitimate. Just be a catch. So since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. On what? Milverton is kind of interesting because I know a Milverton, don't we? The brickmaker. Milverton Mason, aka Fried Mason. This business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever cogs like you would have worked that one out. That's his... Enough of this. The longer we expect to listen to this drivel. I don't. Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decide to interject? Because well... Or do you just sort of once that he came from... Yes, the old man was struggling for money as such. His wife walked out on him. Took the name Graydon then, see? But that will always be Milverton to us. Milverton? That used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bumpkin. Been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Oh, Van Zeeks? Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. Born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? There you go. Yes. It's Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. Mission could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Thank you. Allow me to hold your objective. Serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about deception secrets is still just conjecture at this stage. We've explained a number of things now, wouldn't it? Wishing Jenny overheard none of this 2 months ago and the break-in at Windibanks. The trouble is, Miss Graydon and all this with Mr. McGilden? No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. Except, as we know, his name was Mason Milverton. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. No, Mr. Graydon says to me seems to be as watertight as ever. The key to us making headway on the cross-examination here. Could be those two brothers. I have the evidence I need. Hold this objection.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It's his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say it's alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case of the brickmaker? Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history would have been fairly checked when you joined the civil service. It really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGill in collaboration with your father. Arrgh! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? You collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings and practice McGilden. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information by being sent in secret government communications and sending it on to McGilden. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using two music boxes to encode the information. As simply a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. Shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. The deal with McGilden went sour. The brickmaker met his end. Just before he was arrested, McGilden managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Learned the situation. You appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago. The intent to recover the two articles McGilden had placed at the pawn there. Get wrecked, Graydon. But that attempt failed. Seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted to help the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbroker. They recovered the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. The night that Mr. Windibanks was killed. Drew to the pawnbroker, touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. Or ingeniously demonstrated using the two prints from the security camera. Indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was that only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene in the crime at Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shum's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? It's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Jisk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back-slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I picked this pair of 10 guineas to accompany me. So you notice, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Gilded. Scott is my witness. I should have recalled nothing of the sort. Go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. From Skulkenberg's gun hit the pouch around Shum's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun claim must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon's on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Go. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you!
Hold it!
A little upstart. You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Since you rightly say, I was here at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. Did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? That if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case. And my firm's firmly around the neck of your client. Oh, great, great. What? Oh, are you suggesting... I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? Order! Well, it seems we are finally entering the last of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here? Show that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. The pursuit is on, Graydon. Oh, I understand fully. Let's finish this, Graydon. Last, finally, to give you a formal testimony once more. You explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment your defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Let's finish these games, Brayden. The moment of the shooting, while these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Make through Nash to the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. See the man, but he shot himself in the storm. Could see him through the peephole in the door now. The goose in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. A black coat, eh? Alright. The blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Really? 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 You're gonna have to hold this objection, because I'm gonna point out that the crime scene photo only has one blood splatter, sir. Because I object. Until then, I'm gonna press every statement you made. She tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. And that's objection number 2. Because you're claiming to have escaped with the gun in tow. And that's completely wrong. Sir, you're... Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. You are making... You claim, sir, under oath. Clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. I'm going to obliterate your testimony. Order, order, order! It was my intention to testify in this way. But now, is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit? So you see, my head has been forced. The truth now is an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Frank shot me in the arm. The pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. By what gun exactly? As I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the car. Really? Could someone be shown to harbor vestiges of blood? That would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. But only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateur detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. But it's of no use to us here. It's science, as in law. Theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. But in the art is small quality of the chemical we used. With your lordship's permission... Oh, this is gonna go badly. Shut all vestiges of that within minutes. Uh-oh. Crap. Crap, 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 crap. They're gonna find her not guilty. Guilty because her coat is completely coated in Mr. Mason's blood. That's a problem. That's a huge problem. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of Guinea's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, hell. You're right. I was forgetting what I'm having this day. Move, Guinea. Shoot. Mink's blood. That scene is from 2 months ago. It's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Miss McGillen, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, bits of Dixon says for a prosecution. Overruled. Lord Venticks, make it so at once. Ah, crap. With pleasure, my lord. Alright, so it's on to the third and final observation. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Right, so we have a blood of Nivico. Gina will be... Counsel? Yes, my lord. The cross-examination. Of course, my lord. It doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, but feeling about the outcome of this trial. Alright. So, I have...
Hold it!
emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Ash were scarring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them, the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Never been so scared of me all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular my men are burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Spare you carry a gun. You mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running miles through the shelves with forfeited items. Music box, of course. That's in the first place. When Ringo joined in, make it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. This is wrong. Trying to help me, little brother. No, Jesus, chucked me over the blooming counter. Me gone on the old fella. That soon made him scupper. All the fences pawnbroker together. Shame on you! Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes. Though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Squashed to the floor over the counter. The 3 men were brawling. It's exactly the moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. You went to strike the counter in the wall behind you. So it appeared. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly. I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. Imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. When did I intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was dead, to be honest. It was off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When he pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove him out of the way. And he scampered through that door out back. What did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I won't call the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this people in the door you mentioned? Surprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of softwood. There's a small opening in there about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. So I should know that, shouldn't I? Look for it myself that night. What about you, burgling? Douglas, did you see what onward for this people as well? No, luckily, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. Thought these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. Were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winnebank take place. I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. What? Yes, the neither of them noticed that I was looking. It's the gun pointed straight at the man. And then, what do you see next? When the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. That was Mr. Winnebank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you! Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. It was the bullet from Winnebank grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. This was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. It's clear there had been a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene! Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? We must consider the events in order. So the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment. The little gutter brat shot him in the back. Chilling image, I must say. Is that so?
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the book fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then, Bill dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor of my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. She was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedy took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the food gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. Clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up. They made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle flew here, took it to all six it. The monster! No, by God! Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You want like a gun? The gate, or
Excuse me.
What's up with you two? Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be in my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, he's a bit of an hooligan, what's going on just now? Saw him? He got me a whistle. Fine places, he said. Did you mention the front gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Or the flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to using my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this sea gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Griggsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Harris. I think we all know that. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. What's your feeling, Rena? Wait a minute. I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. You have to find a way to break this man. Me too, because once they discovered the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing. It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood splatter over Guinea's coat. Struck me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you had genuinely seen it happen. What's going on? All he knows is it's very unfair. Sometimes it's just be acceptable as evidence when mine really wasn't. Can you use test tubes too? Find a really stark consistency in testimony somewhere. Before the prosecution discovers the blood stain in Junior's overcoat.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the people. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, but with the coat being such a dark color. I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, sullied with blood, that's for sure. Just fun to make blood, is it? No, that's right. There's some Middleton's blood from when Miss Gillis sent him 2 months ago. Well, no, the only except her chemical analysis, we can prove that. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. My lord! Ah, crap. Because you can launch this information on our examination. Explain yourself, officer. So the assist as ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, crap. That would be our doom. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The court examination is hereby temporarily suspended. You have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. What, please, Inspector? Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Similar to things, it would appear that they were a result of spattering following a gunshot wound. Oh, great. That's even better. End of report. Goodness me! See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
The blonde overcoat is not Mr. Windibanks. I wonder if it makes you say that, Counsel. Belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited, Mr. Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. Overcoat. It's the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, Mantra, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence, and yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. You could not shout us any shred of respect you have earned yourself in this country. But that was called a body disgrace. Literally, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Stuff can have that problem pop up. It can't be done. But some special formula could. Not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? Hey, hold on. Please don't get to starving boy. He ran away crying. Look, Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. There's no way in the courtroom. No way at all. Could you say that? Victory sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. Conclusion, sir. The witness said. Q's coat was splattered with blood of the victim. Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. Q's who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Arrgh! My lord! Well, this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Oh boy. Miss Foreman, the sword squad has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now? Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Alright, time for our final examination. Well, it would appear, ladies and gentlemen, that the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Francis consistently failed to unpick this witness' testimony. Here's to any attempt you make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. I don't believe it. If I come so far, so all unraveling on me so fast. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Sure, Herlock! Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You deliver the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. Scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What? What is the meaning of this? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? I thought you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not set upon an errand. What errand. Early! It's for you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I'm afraid to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Nice disguise, Sholmes. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? Something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? We'll see you to this, Lord Van Zeeks. Just taking many hours of the court's time. I've spent so long already. Exactly. I've spent so long already. You don't go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, if we'd spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Nice outfit change, Harlock. But if not, apologize for my trouble, Bible. Mr. Sholmes, are you right now? Right, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. That's the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, or I should pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Really, this place is full of idiots. I don't see how wonderful the chemical blood impulse this is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine is just a bit of swat. No, this is my investigation. Find it for appraisal, but it's scientifically communicated. Oversight on my part. Right. Honestly, surely not. Enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? Alarmometer for Kushi wrapping? Living present for Miss Sisito. Miss Sisito? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were instructions which she asked me to do this her favor. I don't understand. Miss Sisito foresaw today's events, I believe. She noted the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. Now you, Mr. Naruto, fighting feathers you won't want to do. You find yourself in considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis. You were to be given this small parcel. Those are the dear lady's instructions. Being present for Sisito-san. Whatever could it be? The cat Flappinator? What? How the hell will this help? Oh, it's the machine I made. I fail to see how this will do anything. Meow. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? They call it the cat flapping mat. You can make a cat flap for a little very film like 8 seconds. How? What? Why? What's Susie up to? The sister muttered the following words before she left. I am a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? She's something like that? Really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. And I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. What do you mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Mr. Winterbeck's in pursuit of the thieves, the Sisito made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That's your answer, dear fellow. What? What are you talking? No. There is no way. Not at all cryptic, Dad. Susan used this cat flipper mat that night, but why? Yeet. Your 5 minutes is over. Oh, those vicious thieves look like they could rip through and almost anything. They're good, aren't they? We made up a special alloy developed just for this job. Gotta rotate 10 times per second so you can get through any kind of door in no time at all. The modern two parts at the top there. Those are for attaching hinges to the sections of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Wish this machine for power. It can make its made of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it, what it's for, but in reality, the cat flying mat is that it's a grimly weapon of door destruction. That guy's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. So, am I to believe that perhaps this is a cat flap? That's not the right shape. In fact, I don't even know what this would be used for. We're out of time already. I'm grateful for you affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. Need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? So you're not as in the leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? This is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? It's down to me? Be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests a summation examination, I do believe. Cross-examination will not help us. Is this the right path? I don't know. Now let's come to this. My only chance is to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What if Mr. Gracious Jester? Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... It's not a typewritten action. You hear from a witness. Bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Hurley means, Reno. You've forgotten where we are in the trial? Aha. Should proceed to the education. Okay. My lord, defense requests further cross-examination.
Objection.
So spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine a new witness now. It's not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of the existing witness. What? It appears that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. It's just an interruption to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. No objection, counsel. No, my lord. You can say anything then. For now, it's resume the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! Present that this is my courtroom. Concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of cross-examination. I will not permit an unremitting protection of these proceedings. Wait, I figured it out! Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity, including the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Is there evidence? Following that, the situation remains unchanged. I shall move to education. Is that clear, counsels? We will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. Single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. I figured it out! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint! I leave this in your capable hands. Fud. Mr. Sholmes! Alright. I have everything that we need, chat. To stand so insecurely before a court in a state of such high fever, and a man has extraordinary change of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. Dick was sleeping suddenly in one of the antechambers. Take a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel. Are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement. One piece of evidence. I won't Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Suso-san has given me. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then. Under the terms I have outlined. You may resume your cross-examination. Alright. One chance. Hold this objection! What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? You want to know what this contraption did, chap, that night? It made the peephole through which this whole thing is predicated. Oh, it's my cleft flap, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. Can cut through any door you can think of. Make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. Device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors so cats to come through and go as they please without their owners having to open the door. So we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah! The Cutlass contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it does. To start with, there's no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. So it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder with Mr. Windibanks had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard. It was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together. It's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? People in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. Said as much in my testimony. I'll say I could witness the crime for pity's sake. And yet, if we look at the door in other pictures, in the picture of Gina, do you see a peephole here? No, you don't. Do you? You see it at 1:30 p.m. after the murder. Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. I'm trying to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole to look through. What? No! Get wrecked. Again.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial system, using this device. Tamper with the crime scene. Let's be fully aware of the gravity of our actions. It's the most serious act of vandalism, which I humbly apologize, my lord. In a few minutes, I left the scene in order to pursue the still confirms and alert the police. Nevertheless, in that light of this new information, it's apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. I will be right back. I'm gonna get rid of these and this plate. Or this cap, but you know, I call everything plates. Oh, this is jank. Yes, considering the men in the back. However, at the time of the incident, people did not yet exist in the door. There's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ugh. Order! 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 Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! There's just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. Well, I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people just to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? It's designed to be very powerful. Get it through even the toughest of doors. What's absurd? I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. Alright. Maggie, cooey! Time for dinner! Meow. Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey! Let's not make cat flips in the old handling at the old Bailey! I'm not done yet, don't worry. I mean that the people in the storeroom thought the Windex is made by your machine. You can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? It's my cat flat event crates are all of a fixed size. And the matches of the people when the banks are an exact match. Hee hee, old Suki's lost for words. More tires, thank you. Well, a student's friend to be lost for words, I feel. Oh, great. It's already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Some difficulty establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people come? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah! Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. Argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. To return to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ah! Remains unable to prove when the people was made. My learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more. To the baseless accusation. What? Oh no, we have proof. Indeed that is so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, Counsel? Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I'm going to do this, but I didn't know one thing. His son is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The Counsel for Defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of the Winterbank storm was created after the event and not before. Presenting, for the court's consideration, the post-shooting photograph! The defense believes this is all the proof the court should need. The defense is extremely hopeful. That proves nothing. How? Okay. No, it's easy. Why, Miss Susato? Okay, well, I'll show the other photograph. Well, in Arch, would she? You can be sure she thought of a way to prove what you're being asked to prove now. Some evidence, the court record, somewhere that will do the trick. Well, that proves exactly when it was there. Idiot. And to prove that the people was made after the incident, and it would suffice to show that the people wasn't there before the incident took place. Oh, thanks, Ronos guy. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to present a different piece of evidence instead. Very well.
Take that!
Alright, photograph of Gina then, this time. What are you? A print for not detect this infernal counts again? Usual assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba. Extremely intelligent and capable woman. Any cause of doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure that I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print, Counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point. Pictures the storeroom door in the background. You see that print again? I don't believe it. It really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of any people of any description. Ah. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order! Satisfied that the defense's substantiation is claimed beyond all reasonable doubt. This testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. The friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The one tampered with a crime scene. More importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. This may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But there is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. No shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No, don't believe this. You're right. As soon as now. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Can't wear his way out of it now. Iris, what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door. The cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? So he says. One lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Gee, thanks. You're very helpful. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. You're right. Even. I said that in Iris's voice. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, the lies you told make no sense. What do you mean by such a remark? Let's say your testimony. You shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. It's like one lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by lies in witness statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Honestly, because I saw her do it for the people in the... And I just proved that you didn't see jack and shit. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. Not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon? You knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door. Well, obviously I... Scout got your tongue, witness. Nice. Well, the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. At the time, the police have been at Winterbanks, consistently carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Oh, well, yes, of course. This is chock full of pawn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. The boss is working around the clock and shifts so we get through it all. Like, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, she should have known nothing about the people at the storeroom door. His existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Ramsix? Speak, Inspector. Just thought I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, if it's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my little friend. Realize I trust. Would you just have extremely serious implications? Yes. Details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen. At have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. In fact, during a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who's the person in question, Counsel? Who could just witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Presenting for the court's consideration, Tobias Gregson! The truth is, it's only been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
We better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my friend. Consider the fact, we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graham's identity for the last few hours. Only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. Executed subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. Till that time, Mr. Grayson would have had no idea why to appear in court. Time he was summoned. Yes, my lord. Till then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. Grayson was innocent when he realized his position. He would have defended himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. Stating to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? He committed perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. Knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with. It's you, Inspector Gregson! This is a blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? Chambers joined the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that just fired out of pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings to him following the recess. So they've been in full view of the stand, where the discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. Van Zeeks, you're an idiot. Ooh, I've just remembered something, Reno. Was it Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh, yeah, now I mention it. The bailiff was the special treatment goes visa box and the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. I think it's strange at the time. Mr. Green and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. Possible for you to give Mr. Green the information he needed then. A little toe-rag, you're making this all up. I'm a respected Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why'd I do something like that? Why'd I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Literally, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain. Perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? Perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Sure need not remind Inspector that, if found to be true, striking idea of any kind of witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, I...
Objection!
Thank you. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations like this is Nibonese student's specialty. I don't do that. The stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It's incumbent on the defense not to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? What are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? We'll see proof of this alleged deal. I know exactly what he proposed. If the inspector really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Reno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's a missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Grayson made with the witness? Presenting for the court's consideration, I'm gonna go with today's papers, although I think the disc also works because it's a disc. It's the other disc, right? That's what I'm getting at here. The second disc is what we're trying to get at. You couldn't have given him the first disc.
Take that!
This, my lord, this shows exactly what the deal was between these two men was all about. Well, Inspector, what do you have to say for yourself? Dear me, it would appear this answer has in no way satiated your appetite. Some of that bite should be directed at my learned friend, I feel. Yeah. Surprised at Gregsy. So in a compelling reason for him to give away case secrets like that. Well, what's the most important thing to the Inspector? You wanted him to do it. On the Scotland Yard inspectors that I know, nothing about their duty to policing.
Take that!
Well, it was the music disc at all, and I'll eat that L. I hit save, but I'll take that L. Look, I have five penalties for a reason, chat. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Also, that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper. That didn't work. Why exactly? Secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How to bleed more, could you? We discovered during the course of this trial that the music box deposited Windebanks with Magnus McGilded. Music box designed to play two discs at once. It seemed very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs were McGilded's possession. Are the leaked classified secrets? So put to you, Inspector. In order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets. You clearly made a deal with Mr. Great in which you exchanged the discs for the details of the case. And now, the pursuit. Because the music just started up. You little... Arg! Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windebanks, you said this. Figured out whatever it is that goes down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. Sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGill has to be taken in as evidence now. You already knew it at the time, isn't it? That right. That Lucas McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets. Words were. The medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court. You objected so heavily, I presume. So you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. It was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you revealed confidential details of the crime scene to a witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? The only way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the peephole. The only explanation, a deal struck between these two men. No, yeah!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the Inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, that you mean to say? Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc on actually in this person. The defensive man to the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Guinea was testifying before. Gregson hasn't moved from the witness stand since. Ward, please. We're examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if I don't put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? Just gonna agree to it? I presume you're aware the professor so much you now teeter, my learned student friend. A serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end. My country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That's not good. That sounds serious. Indeed. So if a visiting student makes such defamatory remarks about the country's most senior police force, it's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. Threatening Reno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so critical. Physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, it doesn't feel quite right here. Crap. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. You still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects. Think this through really quickly. If we search him and don't find the disc, we get screwed. However, I think we can search somebody else. Yes, the defense formally wants the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you won't want, but your typical nippity stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects spleen. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? What's that at last, have you, sunshine? Court should have put you up with such nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Am I? Be quiet, all of you. Quiet, all of you. You're not doing what you're all told him to do, and having the courage of his own convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Damn. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly waits his next words. What? Now don't be hasty, my lord. I was thinking about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Presenting! For the court's consideration, Ashley Graydon! Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord, the defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well. You will not protest, Mr. Graydon? Au contraire. You are the one. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on this person at all. Damn it. Yeah! Well, Counsel? Wait. Then who could have it, actually? You know what? You know what? You know what? You know what? Presenting for the court's consideration, I'm going to put on black. I'm going to make Gina do it. Because here's my line of thought, right? Gina opened the jacket, right? She got out the disc, the first disc. She asked about the second disc. There was a second disc. Oh no, wait. The second thing she got was the box ticket. Right. No. Who has it? I think it's one of the Skulkins, actually. But who does... Which of the Skulkins has it? That's a great question. I'm gonna choose Nash and pray.
Take that!
Nash Skulkin was right. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin! Well, I never. Eh? Blimey? Me? Eh? Very well done. Bailiff. Street to witnesses. Conduct a first search and discuss the whole fact. Please, my lord. Wow, that was correct. That was a guess. It was 50-50 between the Skulkin brothers, I'll be honest. To object to the search.
Objection!
That's an objection. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? This courtroom, only the prosecution and defense have the authority to object. Lord Van Zeeks, no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Well, I wait. Ah! Here, my lord! In the witness pocket. I found this! Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. Well. So that's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Order! This is cooking. What have you to say for yourself? Go and admit it. I mean, just go and flip admit it. Swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Oh, stick on. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? Deal obstruct between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of this that the inspector traded for information? This shrewd, calculating man, he rarely loses his composure. At one particular point in his trial, exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. Recall, what unusual behavior? Oh, the grab! Yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Second disc in your jacket pocket? It's nothing of the sort. To my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Mr. Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off my head, I did. Oh, that's when I should have realized it, eh? This situation had been born. Let's be better at us. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't gotten the clue. Just suddenly turned to grab him. He whistled and just shot sick at me. The blazes didn't you mention the front gun? You got you down the station. That's what he said. Right down me or leader. It's still farming now. But hey, that was extremely out of character. But looking back now, must have been then that he hit it. That he did it. That's the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig! You hid it? You... Afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Or enough when he proceeded to hide it in another man's pocket. It's court of law. It's with the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? None of stuff revealed earlier. His current alignment has some special conditions. Swear. Cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaks from the ministry. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Hush hush. Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It seemed that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? And under direct orders from the ministry. Afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there's a chance you may be searched here in court, to accept the hard disk you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He pretended to attack Mr. Skulk in order to get close enough to him. He slipped a second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson. And you, Mr. Graydon. Fair to admit the accusation made against you of this ordeal. Admit to it. Yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon. Clear, our recent visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. Right, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, I'd explain the reason why you knew about the peephole. I'm under no obligation to explain. What? I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. Oh, great. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit I'm making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, Lord Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Quandary indeed. Really have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Since if any further evidence is to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to jury for their final leanings. Well now, Queen and country, I must simply sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. Service one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Great and decidedly skilled operator, stop. Currently presence of vital, stop. You are an idiot. Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say. 6 jurors are going to believe Gregson. Declare their decision now. I'm going to be found guilty. Let me produce some definitive evidence right now, then. I'm going to lose. Some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole his government secrets. This is to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Neither of which we have. When counsel, I think it's time I propose to jurors to declare their final decisions, no? Unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus not presented to the court. Calling the jurors to announce their leanings, Keenan will be found guilty. No choice then, Reno. You have to throw some evidence at them. Sit now. Colson's all down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Do I have evidence? now. Well, we have the second music box. We have the second music disc. I am going to threaten Gregson with a stupid plan. This is the stupidest plan I think I have ever made in my entire goddamn life. I'm going to present the small music box to him and force him to tell me, or so help me, I will play those two music discs at the same time and reveal government secrets to literally everyone in this courtroom. This is a terrible plan. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Eh? What's that then? Refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today? Then you'd leave us no choice to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. It's my last chance. Looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Hey, Greg. Hey, idiot. If you don't admit it, I will do this. The small music box. It's not Mr. McGill's peculiar music box, Counsel. When the music stopped, I did it. Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, is this Counsel? No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection.
Not true, Inspector. Eh? Defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises two distinct tones. Defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. Letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason! And do you admit the charge? In order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. Let that secret information out into the public domain. You'll be marking an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. You continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Hell, yes. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please! Court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Benzies, for pity's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Boo! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. Prosecutor, I'm no Scotland Yard puppet! Yeah! Erk! This courtroom, my duty's to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul! No! Very well. So it stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense request, the court will now listen to the music box and set operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, with both discs playing simultaneously. I suddenly realized what I had to do at that exact moment. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. For the love of God! Shut that bloomin' box up! What a hell of a... Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with the confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence to the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. Trial resumed after the recess, and when we were stood there in the stamping... that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? Something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. Said the man's proposal, and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. Pull in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains over on the overcoat. Beginning false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to the witness as perjury. I did. But it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what have you to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape the conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winterbank! You! Traitor! Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! What a breakdown! That's it then. It's all over. Oh, thank God, we did it. What a... Despite my life growing up, the slums are vile places. Cursed from birth, born into poverty, son of a penniless artisan. Parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. Should become a communications officer. Now your determination. Decided to try and sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. Wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in the squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilden. You're a theme of a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. Steal the Ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilden would buy them for a handsome sum. So responsible for instructions of the Ministry's communications office is a simple enough task. To lure the devil's offerings. How easy it is to scum. But surely you've realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker. Then my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He's been a music maker's apprentice. I mentioned his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So not my father again, to employ his services. It's the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? You never amount to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him like it had me. He wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. Work for you, father. Needs a music box 6 made. Music box 6, eh? A friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. Bought the score with me. There are 2, actually. Would be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Switch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. So I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. Myself as much as anything. I meant that I could make a deal with McGillen in 2 separate transactions. Bought the first of the 2 discs in the music box for playing them. Exchanged them with McGillen for 10 guineas. Now if the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes. So the main information that way a number of times already. Seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Quite makes sense, Mr. Graydon. For why is it on the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milton, was the one dealing with McGilden, not yourself. 1,000 guineas after my first complete deal to McGilden, so I had to give 200 to my father for his troubles. Father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, unload the second disc, and take the money from McGillen. That's it. The idea was actually on the discs I asked him to make. Never knew. It's like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. I noticed that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilden really was. 10 years and not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGillen brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Crimes he was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. Just pretty slow back then, when I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. What money on my dealings with McGill back then. Nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago. Knew exactly who to hire. Willing to pay the price. There are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. So, to show me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. He was everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free. Rise into my own homes and deliver the justice that monster deserved. Tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. That day was caused by this man. It's ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? He's so long to know he's led to believe. Sorry, inconvenience, sir. There was some change to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. If I could be present for it myself. Just when I came to tell McGillen here he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. was to manipulate the trial. We paid people to adulterate the evidence with all manner of false evidence. The witnesses to lie in their testimony. They gave the man a taste of his own medicine. As long as it's doused in paraffin. Sham policeman ushered McGill inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell! An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There's a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Oh, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Really because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. First of the 2 discs and the music box, you need to play them. Well, look at that now! An ingenious little invention. So then, as promised. 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? From the bank's pawnbroker. Pawnbroker ticket, so it is. To redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend to watch for it. The jewel and pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've heard of a pawnbroker using quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? Well, his pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. 2060 is like an extremely secure vault. Cut it out. I want this case to be over. And if you take a step to hide the disc, you'll be in that pawnbroker somewhere. Now he killed my father. He must have trusted the ticket to someone. It's Gina. Do now? So when we first met, you looked at Winnebank. See, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket testimony was clearly peculiar. No one could see that. Realized immediately that she was another McGillard's pawns. Threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket. So I started to make some inquiries. Strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. That's absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to the Winterbanks to redeem the articles. Fortunately, she redeemed only McGillard's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. Her music boxes, the second disc inside was missing. Because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. So unaware of that fact, had that been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation of the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact McGill was involved. Inspector, we've covered fast. Cover the stolen information as quickly as possible. Start gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. Full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day. I became nervous. I'm sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. Find those articles before the police did. That's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. Hope your old friends, the Stolkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbroker? We describe it as a nightmare. The Shringa was searching the counter. Cleared the music box, I saw the McGilded on the shelves with 450 articles. Mr. Guinness was inside? Yes. It ends on my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. Yep. What are you doing in my shop? I jumped right out in the shop. I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. Fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Exactly, but unfortunately, I mean that night, just in case. know what's happening. I'll find back. Kill him. Unfortunately for both of us. Bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. It also took place in the blink of an eye. Roger Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. Terrified, so I fled. That's the whole story. Everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. Earlier called McGilda the monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts. Escape justice for the crime of murder. A tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Get out of my sight. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Mr. Gregson, what did Mr. Ashley Graydon? Restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. Will be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and stealing government secrets. Very long. New Inspector. Incredibly, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. As far as that, you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector. Inexcusable. Philip, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah, yeah? It's time for the final education. Jury ready, Mr. Foreman. Yes, sir! Garrett up squadron, standing by, sir! This really isn't it now. The last push, the final call! The finishing whistle! And they're ready to deliver their verdicts! Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we now declare a final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Win! Ha ha ha! That's the stuff! Little Duke! I don't even know you managed to do it! I used to work. I really wasn't sure we'd come out at the top for a while there. So just like, you're the best lawyer in the world! Mr. Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? What are you looking at me like that for? There are certain other crimes to consider, Eh? 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawn burglary, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGill's property, it seems. Eh? No, done nothing of the sort. Well, of course not. Still yesterday or anything? Ah, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Guinea this evening. Not... Oh, well, a Revelation Council. Quite so, my lord. She was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my London friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demand the government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ah. Very sorry about that. where that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something at that point, isn't that... It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madame? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, see? Well, the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Notice, madame. An unhealthy level of obsession, one what feels. In my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Could that really be some Morse code after all? My lord! Let's listen to the music box again. Oh, you off you're not! How many times do I have to tell you? Those things contain minuscule secret sunshine. Of government communications. We know McGillick conspired to trade national secrets of our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. It's really going to bother me. Mrs. Strahd. Yeah, my lord? Courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Find evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. Fault any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Well look, we can have worked something out today. The world ain't fair. But if you want it to change, you've got to start at some. You've got to change it how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. We look forward to the born-again Mrs. Strahd never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, hereby declared the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. And with that, we have victory! Hey! One final firework for the road. That is all. Court is adjourned. Woo! This was a long and complicated case. Oh hey, we're still in the courtroom with Van Zeeks. Why are we still here, Van Zeeks? On a personal note, say you surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh, you're not calling me my Nipponese friend anymore. That will last about 5 seconds. Despite being a Nipponese, you suffer the pretense to the malice that rests within that Englishman. At the same time, suffer the grind to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a cursed talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Thanks, I think. Don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust of another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal in the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, and I'll wait for that day if I must. Friendship obtained. An ink? Question mark. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey. My retirement from service 5 years ago gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Bye! I think he's my friend now. I think. Is he my friend? I don't know anymore. 13th April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. Son, it's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. Knew it all along. Knew you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. Your assault is your name. What's all about it? Told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Get the promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. Here's something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. Trust someone, paid for it. A betrayal left a big scar. No, Gina, I've worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is merely an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. When your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. It'll make a fat load of sense to me, though. To say, that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. But quiet up now, pack it in! Thanks, Gina. But I suppose I still feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ronosuke. Defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And it comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Thank you, Kazuma. This experience, starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you all believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Ah, the voice! Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. Been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Sholmes, you are a stupid person. Ha 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 ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said, when finally you noticed me. You people, if you insisted babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. You see? I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was. Ready to skip again! Oh. Stop doing that. And be aware of one or two foibles the doctor who was sending to me, and he may run out of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. I'm very above board. Good enough for my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts just rewarded, I feel. Shinzo are in order. Let's go, friend. I tip my hat at you. No, thanks. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. If I helped you in some way, Mr. Strahd, we've been having a snooze in your soft bed. Some must have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. You've been feeling somewhat cold. Perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? in some way, I suppose. Congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Bless all our then. Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but acquittal on trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Thanks, Sholmes. You're very helpful. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, 30 pay, you mean? Because anyone who saw not guilty to trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it? What I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of McGill, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? No, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. What seriously mean? Like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He just like people are like on the inside. You must have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some cunts like that Foxtrotter, but they're rotten to the core. At the end of the day, you must make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. This is one thing, Death. The Reaper taking matters into his own and clipping glasses is another. Well, right, like me goes, so this one, ain't scared. Got pissable, see? Trying much is you to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oh, just give me a rest. Give it a rest, alright? Saying congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations. Gina. Well, there you are! Hurley! How long have you been there? Iris! Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Oh, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I'll tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? So you know I have a portrait for disguise. Hiding in this room just as a bailiff. There's still some my person at all. I had no idea. Not you, Iris. Would you credit it? I'm not sure really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really have to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ow. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Guinea tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge, Batter. Got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Bringing an incident, taking the blockchain stuff that was in the log, blah blah blah. But that basically, being pickpocket is the main offence. It's never named an offence, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. By the way, that's impressive technique you got there with your fingers. Still, as we got to be thinking all this, we should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something, although not like me from the slums. Someone that makes a difference from. It's a wonderful idea, Jenny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. Prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Otto? Yes? What are you doing? Arrgh! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Lestrade. Eh? Occasions such as this... I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes. That's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well. Ah, thanks, Otto. Oh. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Well, why don't you let that pretty face be on display for everyone? Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. And with that, the case is over. But not quite everything, is it? Well, there she goes. Where should I'll ever see her again? Well, wow. Quite the indomitable pickpockets. Oh, I never forgot. I read a paper outside. Special edition. This trial's all over the front page. Pickpocket innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Should it to Gina, Iris? She would have been thrilled. Oh no. Absolutely me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Really? Well, then I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Right then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. Rain has finally stopped. There's a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Right then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Jones? It's a Victoria Station earlier. I made arrangements for a special express. We're hurrying up, we shall be there in time for dinner. I know the fine restaurant serves the most delicious baked sole. I know the great detective does it again. He does. But I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. You are a strange man. Unknown to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary! I'm okay then. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are you waiting for then? To London, Victoria! And maybe we can finally find out what the hell's up with the stupid story. 15th April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Stacey's boat must be about to leave now. Sisato, where are you? Sisato! Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Sisato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo? What are you doing here? The trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She's acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. But you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you had seen that. Not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. Goodbye to law? You? Sudo-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Suzuto? We altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did was utterly unforgivable. That reminds me, how did you even come to have this, Susie? One evening at the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the area of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I saw Bruno's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me. Well, that's so important. You should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. Anyway, I thought it might be fun to see if I could take the cat flip I'm at, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? Then I forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Wenderwick's shop a bit later that night. I see. Then... Ah! Mr. Jones! Mr. Shaw! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right? Mr. Naruhodo left the shop. I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. Door, I mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could be only behind that door. That moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. So worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, used the cat flip meant to make the peephole at the door. Captured the photographic print of the shop. By whenever Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first importance at that point. Such a with the people was made. That information would prove to be in this recorder's greatest weapon. When actually vault-proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked for the hole in the door, my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. Remembered that trial 2 months earlier. Magnus McGilded. Thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? When we appeared to the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had trapped Mr. Wonderbank. And though I'm sure she would never have done such a thing. That the true culprit would try to flame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of the locked room. To claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have been a way to see beyond the door. For which, the people would be the very thing. Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. Grinnell wouldn't know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rider Gina's truck was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You mentioned that you admit the people to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. Criminal offense even. Or you decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape. But the people could save him. That's my plan. Really does think of everything. Yeesh! But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? But fellow, you're not thinking straight. Then that would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Could have been disbarred if you had seen no any temporal crime scenes. So Mrs. will decide to shoulder burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Mrs. Strahd's. Mrs. Attell. Yeesh, the truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh, worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it's the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did is comparable to what he did. Raiden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that people's way to implicate Gina. Besides, people inconsistently had existed. Not all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Susan, what you did? Saved Gina's life. Well, those are your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo. You saved me too, from my regrets. Thumbs up. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Strahd's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. While some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure. Music contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been trying to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh? He wasn't? Communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. So the majority of sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we were talking about secret government communications that were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they be intercepted. In cipher. I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-point problem, I assure you. So, key? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait! Iris, what did you just say? Oh, you just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? How? How do you know that name was Iris? Done during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. On the fly, she really is a genius. This probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. Suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered it, and added the Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? Instead of Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi. Yes, I think so. Sorry, but don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Would you let me see that? Suzuto, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will be ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madame, you focus your efforts on the English version. Yes, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Suzuto's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. Remember, has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I understand the reason why, but it appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? First is Kei Asogi. Kei Asogi. Kazama Asogi. Why? Why is his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin. I recognize that name. The third, T. Garrison. Gregson? Tobias Gregson. It seems Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. What's his name doing in secret government communication as well? In Japanese. The last name... What's the matter, Miss Suzuto? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what's it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Last name... It's J. Wilson. You don't mean to say... John Wilson? What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. Can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? You mentioned a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. Yeah, now this particular message. It's communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie Marino came from. Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine from the Imperial Yume University. So I was about that now. We just can't. Strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder, perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh, but we will wander down that dark cave. Chat. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? Wish you a safe passage, Miss Suzuto. Thank you so much. Wish all of you the very best. Miss Suzuto, I had hoped to have you all always at my side, to guide and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial system in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. Promise? About your manuscript. Ah, this, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? You remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. Right, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Suzuto takedown. You know what I'm talking about after that? Strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away. You were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Suzuto, this is very long. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No.
Sure.
What's that? What?
Dinner at 2.
Oh, dinner already. Great. Alright, we return. Sorry about that. Dinner was like... I'll be back soon. Probably until then. It was like, I would like to be annoying.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
But
whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
violin provided directly by Mr. Sholmes himself, apparently. And with that... Oh, Sholmes? Ah, yes. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? Some rather awkward news. The railway company have decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Huh? Caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would rather have made it over in time otherwise. But anyway, I explained everything. It's all your fault. Gee, thanks, Sholmes. Huh? Huh? Full complete should be delivered to your office tomorrow. Not to worry, my dear fellow. My name is Susato. Look defending yourself in court. Huh? Right, I'm perfectly happy to testify. Really didn't look like the sort of man who do something so outrageous. See? You are really idiots. Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly, any word you'd like. Better that, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runa's words. And I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
Objection! As you must at the end of any adventure. Oh, credits roll. They actually get a credit roll? I thought credits didn't roll until the end of the game, until the actual end of the game. 5 weeks after the music box arrived, something goes afoot. The transport I had ordered them all myself. Prototype for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes. It's still an important case. And in my event, consulting detective work pays pittance by comparison. I have to read this very quickly. Because this is on autopilot. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. And I'm just busy. Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an understatement. Some dry toast and insipid coffee. My name is Susie and I love Japanese breakfasts. The infamous credit sequences. Witness! Your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Really do hide out the mistakes themselves. Well, I don't know knows his father's an innocent man. Or you call me some a liar. Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Great. So that's what these guys are up to. How's it like? Having lived in a Russian dance at the shore in Shanghai, laid low in the steamship for a while. Last night, I found an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I do is get my Orca's offspring refuge in my pocket! And bring some kids on board, and suddenly he's a hardened criminal! It's not fair! Aww. That's adorable. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dreamt of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. This Rice magazine is out. I made it again. The verse is not one line she wrote now. I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Humph. Not bad, I suppose. For an amateur. Glug, glug, glug. Huh. Leadership puts me to shame. You got off very lightly, Gregson, I'll be honest. Been visiting the old girl in the daily business, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. We'll say, battling with those belly stones over there has done wonders to the dicky peg. She very well with the housework, too. Got this maid business tapped up, I'd say. What the gossiping neighbours don't realise, the man of the house is his own maid. Marley's back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing on Joe more than he says and hunted out a small change in the gutter. I'm a better puppy now, looking out for Londoners. They're dropped off, buddies, my lovely wife. Oh, Pot. Oh, really? You two are still complete idiots. Great to know. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for her nata, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Is that an interesting idea, eh? We'll see what comes of that. Now, won't we? Wink. Yes, I renounce my upbringing and choose a life with sophisticated crime. Regrets? Please. Game over! Give over, bruv! This ain't what the Ash we knew, used to know. We ain't got time to play the Middleton and Skullkins Milkman, eh? Right? The free Muskim Otsits! Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth! Glad you three are being idiots together. Also, you're posing with them, too. That's fantastic. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes, wonderful encounters. Gonna realize that's what life is all about. Naruto-san, promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. For now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. You know, But we never did find out why Sholmes wanted to hide the helm of the Baskervilles so much. Perhaps that is a mystery that shall remain forever. What are we doing now? Oh. This is just showing the voice actors during these sequences where these characters actually have voices. And also their objection lines and all that. So overall, half one. Very long. We're still not over that, though. Because this game is 2 halves. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is 2 games in 1. I'm sad Hosanaga didn't come back into the game later. He appeared twice. It's the sad Russian girl we may or may not have proved accidentally killed our friend. Now we have the katana. Hey, Strongheart. I can't wait for you to turn out to be the big bad guy, by the way. You are so suspicious. Magnus? We may never know why exactly he murdered the father. Sholmes? Hello, Gregson. And Rolly and Mr. Gardeeb and Mr. Catman, Weird Catman. There's Iris, about to join the walk. We haven't seen Ben Von Zeeks. There he is. Hey, Von Zeeks. I love these 3 idiots because they're just so ready to pose off like idiots. Hey, Gina. Can't wait to see you in the next game be improved. She still can't load that very fast, can she? These cards are going on very long. For a game I know full well isn't over. Unlike a lot of other Ace Attorney games, the Great Ace Attorney games were built very specifically to be a duology. They were built with the two games as one in mind. And Capcom gets his thanks as we put an end to the game, to the Great Ace Attorney adventures. But when we return to the Great Ace Attorney, well, that was the achievement pop, by the way. Nice. We will begin. Oops. Well, I'm gonna just hit the new game button actually and just sit through the opening segment. And then we'll hit save for advent. This is the Great Ace Attorney need to resolve.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
We'll see about that.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened.
Well, I'm saving
2 months after arriving home.
So faced with another awful crime. Stab. No, you again! Oh, I have to deal with you again.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh, this is a great plan. Wait, what? She died?
I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
So, in the first case of number 2, we shall be playing Episode 1, The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. But we'll save the first available opportunity. 13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court Adjudicature, Defendant's Antechamber. Because I'm not actually playing, I'm... Already saved, but whatever. Alright, next time on the next adventure, on the next part of Great Ace Attorney, the resolve of Naruhodo, of Roanosuke Naruhodo gets tested. As we begin part 2 of TGAAC. Great. Bye.